Are we back? That is the question. Does the stream live? Seems like I might have fixed it. Certainly looking a little happier than it was beforehand. I think that might be working, you know? Even if the mic did just drop out a tad. Right. Should we give some puzzles a go? We just... Now I've gone and edited everything else. I'm just gonna update some posts. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. Aye. A wee bit of that. A wee bit of that. Lovely job. Right. I think should be good to go. Which is rather nice. That took a bit of time, but you know. These things happen, don't they? So, starting off puzzle by arbitrary. Bit of matrix maths. Should be all relatively straightforward. There's only a couple of dot product stuff things. So like this top cell will be the sum of that times that, add that times that, is how these will just work. And then these just run across as sort of standard additions and subtractions and such. And I'm assuming that this is a addition. I'm just going to turn my mic down a tad. That's yeah. I think the symbol's just a bit hidden by the back of the grid. Other than that, that should be relatively straightforward. So to start things off, this has got to be vaguely interesting because Lord, I needed to put my mouse on the right setting. Hang on. Still didn't manage it. Let's try that again. Sudoku, that looks a bit better, doesn't it? So this little dot over here, you obviously can't get too big because you're going to be multiplying by something that's at least a 4 from the matrix on this side, meaning that it can't actually be more than 1 and 2. And the one that is a 4 will definitely need a 1 as well. So somewhere in here you'll have a 4 times a 2, won't you? Actually, not necessarily. No, I don't think this isn't true at all, is it? Because for some reason I was thinking that all of these would multiply to that to make these two. But that's certainly not necessarily true. What is true though is like the 3, 4 can't be possible, for example, because then both of those would have to be 1s. And surely 2, 3 doesn't work. Because somewhere you'll need a 4. Yeah. So that is just a 1, 2. Which makes sense, really, doesn't it? So, coming across from these, how is that sum going to work? Because I was thinking that the largest cell in this matrix would have to scale up by that to get it up to, but not necessarily particularly. What is interesting, though, at least, is this is completely confusing me. Right, let's do a bit of colouring because that normally seems to help out. So this cell is obviously the sum of this times that and this times that. So yeah, so we don't necessarily know that they're odd and even and such, do we? No. What's a minimum that you can make it? Because obviously the minimum of these is about a 4. So you're going to be at least a 4 times a 1 plus a 2 times a 1. So a minimum of 6. But if you're that case, then I don't think you can make that another way. Another way of looking at it is you've got 2 lots of pink, add 1 lot of, or other way around, but it doesn't really matter at this point. Like those 2 have to, that sums to this top number, doesn't it? And then that sums to the bottom number. For some reason I was thinking that they had to sum to the same thing, but that's just obviously not true. So I suppose in this case, those 2 are at least at most a 4. But the annoying thing is these could be as big as 7. So there's actually way more leeway in that than I would have thought. You can start to put a bit of pressure on this sum, I suppose. Now you've got the 1, 2 pair here. That starts to narrow things down a tad. This has got to be the break-in, surely, hasn't it? Because otherwise I can't particularly see where it is that we'd be looking at. If anyone has any hints or suggestions, more than grateful at this point. Yeah, because you could just happily be a 7 times 2 or whatever, couldn't you? These can be small 6. I don't know what I'm on about, because of course you could have something like 1. Can't have 1 and 2. So you could have 1 and 3 here, forcing the 2 and the 1. So they can drop as small as 5. That was a bit silly. But if this is the case, that this is a 7 with a 1, it immediately puts a fair bit of pressure on this, because it obviously couldn't sum to 9 anymore. So you're already restricted by that. And neither of them being a 1. You could happily be a 2 times 3 plus another 2. So they really don't see. I might have to just Google matrix multiplication as well, just to double check that I am just understanding. It's been a while since I've looked at that sort of thing. Yeah. Just a very standard dot product, isn't it? Perhaps the whole point was you had to look down here next, probably. That would potentially make sense. Because here again, you're at least... And can you get away with being a 2-3 pair? No. Because I was thinking that if that's a 2-3, then because you could have repeats in this matrix, that would be fine. But once that's 2, 3, you've got at least a 4. So you're going to be at least 11 for one of them. So that also is a 1-2 pair, which starts putting pressure on these cells, which we said had to be less than 7 as well there. So I was just wondering if it's possible for this cell to be the 2 at that point, with how much it's putting pressure on these cells. Because that's going to be at least a 6 and an 8, say. So that would have to be a 1 with the 8. A 2 with a 3, putting an 8, 9. Which that does seem okay. I suppose it's interesting enough that that would have to have the 2 opposite the one that would be the 3 with another 2 would sit opposite these. Interesting. These chaps are also interesting, aren't they? Because they've also been pushed up a fair bit from having to be across here, which causes those sort of things there. Is that starting to do a bit of work? Annoyingly, if this one was another plus, making these vaguely high, you'd start to have problems with where 1 and 2 went in box 8. So that could potentially cause problems. Again, this, I suppose, has to be at least a 3. Because otherwise you start having problems with that 1 and 2 coming across in this sum. But that's not really an issue. The sum's here. I suppose if this doesn't have a 1-2 pair, then you've got to have that just immediately breaks, doesn't it? This is a bit silly. If none of these 2 cells are 1 and 2, then you're already at least 3 times 2, add 4 times 1, so you're at least 10. So that does in fact form a 1-2 pair. It should have seen a while ago. And similarly, that's got to be the exact same thing over here as well. That we see those 1 and 2 there. And 1 and 2 down here drops there. Right. We're back off to the races again, hopefully. This interesting? Yeah, obviously that can't be a 7 anymore. 7 maximized it with a 9 down here. 3s we could pop up there if we wanted to, but that can still be a 3-4. That's definitely looking a lot better now, isn't it? This is interesting that these 2 would be, or they are the same digit. Let's swap over the colouring. Just go to that sort of colouring. So if this is 7, that's way too much again. It has to be 7 and 1 with a pair of 2s. If it's 6 and 1 with a pair of 2s, I don't think that's happy either, because that's still too much. So we're starting to drop that down. Could that still be a 6? That's actually fine. 6 forcing. I would obviously have to be blue would be 1 and pink would be 2 with an 8 over here. This trap still be as small as 5? No, because you're at least 3 times 1, add another 2 times 2. As a absolute minimum, yeah. So that's got a minimum of 7, which is interesting. Which can actually be done in a couple of ways as well, because that could be 3 times 2, add a couple of 1s. Try and see if the 4-5 start doing anything. But alas, I don't think so at the moment. These cells have to be relatively small to be able to work out these summations. So these are going to be at most a 5. But we haven't really got any high digits going on in here that would be a problem. That's almost likely to be a 1-2 pair, to be fair. You don't necessarily need a 3. You probably do up here, surely. 6 and 4 is going to be way too much. Because you'd be 6 with a 1. And this would sum to an 8. 4 with a 1 with a pair of 2s. I mean, you could be 5 with a 1 with a pair of 2s. Golly. Wasn't particularly expecting that if this isn't a 3, then that actually has to be a 5. If the maths checks out, which I think it does. Probably does, hopefully it does. So if this isn't 3, that is a 5. With a 9-8 pair up there. So, I mean, can you rule out a 4 in the cell? No, that's probably fine with just the 3 down here. At that point, surely. Three, a 2 and a 1 and a... Isn't that always 8? Something I've just potentially seen. Because 6s with 1s and 2s obviously has to be 8. If you're 3 and 1, then that just immediately breaks. So you'd have to be 3 and 2 and 1. So that is always an 8. Interesting. So you leave a 3, 6, and 7 over here. That can be a 7. That's annoying. I thought that would be more fixed. That actually seems fine either way. So yes, you either have 6s with a pair of 1s like that, and then the 2s bring you up to 8. Or the 3 is actually forced to be paired up with a 2. This now being odd. Are we a problem if pink is 2? Do we go back to... If pink is 2, then that works with either a 3 or a 5. Oh, that's excellent, yeah. Yeah, we are back, I say. Hopefully. However long it may last. It was like a big... Oh, just spotted those up there. Quite a big setting that I ended up having to change. So, in theory, it should be stable now. we shall have to see. Have to see how it goes. So this surely can't be a 5 anymore because a 5 had to pair with a 1 and then a pair of 2s. So that certainly doesn't work. Do we now... Because if this is a 6, 6 with a pair of 1s and a pair of 2s, that therefore has to be... How does that work? If these are both 2... Yes. Oh wait, why did I get rid of a 5? I think I meant to get rid of a 3 from there, didn't I? Because that being a pair of 2s does need a 5. If this is 1, if this is 3, yes, that doesn't work anymore. And probably if it's 4, it doesn't work. Oh, it does with 2s and 1s. How annoying. But a little more progress again. We take what we can get. These cells, in fact, are completely forced because they can't be 9, 8 as the sum. That has to drop all the way down to 7. Does a bit of help with pencil marks, maybe? So these two are just a simple summation across. Does that really tell us nothing here? You're not able to rule out anything. You can rule out a 5 at least. But given that 1 and 2s are already corner pencil marked here, that doesn't particularly seem to change anything. Let's finish off the row. So that might allow us to see something perhaps. I mean, if this is the 3, 4, you get a little 6, 7 coming across like that. Well, that's probably fine. And 3, 4 here. Because, of course, that forces the 5 and helps sort out the matrix. With 4 and therefore go as 2. 4 and blue is 2. No, hang on. Yes, because of course these two are times together, aren't they? Oh god, what on earth have I done now? 3 multiplied by... Yeah, it's 3 multiplied by 2. And then the 1 and the 2. That works. Or 6, 1. Okay, I'm happy. So, what I was just saying is if that's a 3, 4 with a 5 up here, because you get the 4 over there, which has to be paired with a 2, that seems problematic because this is then a 6 with a 2. It's a bit of a chain, but I'm struggling to see things at the moment. So I think I'll take what I can get. Hello, Blackjack. We had some rather a dodgy start, shall we say, with the streaming, but we seem to be stable again, which is nice. I've got overlap queued up as a puzzle after this one, which I thought was just going to be because I know overlaps, or it's meant to be a bit where you've put it as quite a high suggested difficulty. So I thought I'll do this puzzle, which looked like it should be relatively straightforward, and now I've got a bit bogged down in it. But we're making progress. So we'll see how she goes. I think it's been a while since I've done matrix math, so that's my excuse anyway. So if this is a 4, that pairs up with the 2 up there and the pair of 1s, but if it's 5, then it pairs up with the 1 with the pair of 2s. I'm going to get rid of that colouring for now. Because the interesting thing is, if this is small, that's therefore... that has to be big. They're opposites. I'll do... Actually, I will keep those. Oh, not the colours I wanted. Keep those sort of colour in. So if this is the smaller of the 4 5s, then obviously that's the bigger, like light and darker paired up with highs and lows. And if this is 4 with a 2, that's therefore also small. So let's colour that one light green. So if 4 then 3, but if 5 then 6. Is there anything interesting about either of those? I don't think so immediately. Yeah, that seems okay. This has slightly caught my eye, the fact that these two have a difference of 1 or 2. But that seems reasonably happy. Like, you can't even get rid of an 8 from this cell, can you? Unfortunately. That is more than 5 at least. But still, the rest of them are all quite open to what they can be. This is a reasonably big cell that you're taking away from there. So they're going to drop down. Take out a 7. This is definitely more pencil marks than I would have thought. Along here as well. Oh, yeah. So our 1-2s, which again, probably should have seen. So that's got to be a 1-2 that way around with a 3. Because they've got to go somewhere up here, and you're certainly not having a 1-2 with anything taken away. But we do now have a cat. Pop the cat cam back on. And in fact, that just immediately forces all of this as well, doesn't it? So that's probably been staring me in the face for a while. Let's get rid of some of those cells. 7s and 8s and 3s somewhere down there. 4 and 3 and finish off the column. We get a 4 there. Surely this is basically given at this point, this column. 5 and 6 and 4. Left with 1, 2 and 3. This is now reasonably big. Not so much so that it's problematic. One of these two is a 6. Might be helpful. If this isn't... Oh, no. I want to say if this isn't 6, this had to be 5. Absolutely no idea where that logic came from. Hey, pause. So finishing off this might be fruitful. That now not being 9 drops this one down at least. That surely... Oh, it's not quite, is it? That's a bit annoying. I thought we'd finally got a pent in the column, but sadly not. This little box. Do you want to help us out? Can't see it, I have to say. This, of course, is still doing the same interesting thing, the fact that these two cells are the same. So, therefore, either... Wait, yeah. So this always sums to 2, doesn't it, is the point. Because either way round, that always has that multiplication. So if these two sum to 2, and these two multiply, can we see any problems with that at all? If this is a 2, 5 in row 5. Does it not still have those 2 places? Oh my god, thank you. Taking it out rather than placing it. That would make sense. So if this chap is a 6, then we get an 8 over here. Because you'd have to have 6 and 1. Sorry, 6 and 1 with 2 and 1. We don't seem to have any immediate interaction with there. One of these two is a 3 at least. So we do finally get our 3, which means we can immediately just pop in all of these because we knew how highs and lows were paired together from that, which is nice. Make some quick progress. Remove 5 from there, remove 5 from there. So I wonder if perhaps we've got the exact same thing that 3... Yeah, the 3 can't pair with the 1. So either way round, this always sums to 6, and these two always sum to 2. So we get an 8 over here. Use this as an 8 from there. 3, 4, 5, and 9. Then this 5, 9. So it can still be... No, of course it can't be 5 anymore, can it? Because either that's... This would have to be 1 times 1 as a minimum, and then this just gets too big, or you're 2 times 2, and then you're still way too big. So we can drop 9s from there, which helps this out. Means that can't be 3 anymore. We get a 1-2 pair. That is a 3. We're not a 5 in there. We're either a 5, 6, which is lovely. That gives us all of those cells. That 6, 7 pair there a while ago. Didn't notice it. 3s out of there. Looks like they're already gone. That gives us a 7 in this column, leaving probably 4 and 5. Certainly looks like it, doesn't it? These cells come from those. Drop that, drop that. Now surely this has to be the 2. Because if this cell's 1, you're never going to reach up to 9, are you? No. So that is 2 and 1 like that. Those two sum to 1, so that becomes our 4 and 3. Just check the maths. That 2 times 1 and 3 times 2 is 8. Looks good. So we do get a 1-2 pair. Finally, at the bottom here. Anyway. 7s, are they interesting? Not that I can see. Fives still have a few options as well. This can't be an 8 anymore because of that 8, 9. Got this 1, 2 that has to go somewhere there. So you could start to colour those around the grid a tad. Like this isn't a 1, 2. But that still has various options. We'll just double check. Yeah, that's just because the plus sign isn't all that visible there. That the grid looks happy at that point. Oh, the one, yeah, the pink 1, 2 is just there, isn't it? This column. And therefore we do have 7s here. That's got to be at least a 7, therefore. But still have various options for what this could actually be. Have to colour our 5, 6s as well, perhaps? Do the same sort of thing with highs and lows that got that matrix sorted. I'll colour those so that I feel like I've done a bit of progress. Oh, blues. Yeah. Blues are up there, aren't they? Gives you an 8, 9. 5, 6 in the row as well. 2, 3, 4. That gives us a 4 even. Yeah, I don't know why I said this could be blue as well. On the go slow. 8s come out of there. 5s are definitely here somewhere. One of those two has to be a 6, because if that's 5, that's either 6 or 7. Oh, sorry. Yeah, one of those has to be a 6. Slightly looks across, but not massively. This could still be any of the options. Oh, this can never be 9 anymore, can it? Because 9 and 6 is way too much. So a 9's force, they still could go here or here, 9s. 9 with 7. Does that cause any issues? Not that I can see, because that looks like that could still be either way around. Let's pencil mark that in and see. Oh, but we got a 6, 7, 8 now. Which does give us that. Just a 5, 6 here, perhaps. Oh, it's a 6, 7, 8, isn't it? Oh, dear Lord. Right. 6, 1s and 2s. Let's just do it like that. That'll be easier, won't it? 6 and 5s, 8s and 9s are sorted out. 7 and 6 and 5 and 8 and 6. 6s. Right. There we go. 9s and 4s, 4s and 5s, 5s and 3s. Dear Lord. Well, that was meant to be. I thought that was going to be a relatively straightforward puzzle when I opened it. Because I thought the idea was that spit out what I'm trying to say. But it was just like an introduction to matrix multiplication and Sudoku. But apparently not. But anyway, that was good fun. I did enjoy that one. So let's switch over to Blackjack's puzzle. Hopefully. Bit of that, do a bit of that. And jump back to that one. Now remember to actually start my timer this time, which I completely forgot to do. Sorry, I completely missed your comment with the 6, 7 pair. But yeah, that was the ending, wasn't it? To like find that triple. And there probably was that virtual pair, as you say. That one there. So is this all just standard stuff, Blackjack? Normal Renban and no repeats on the diagonal, etc., I assume. Nice. Lovely. So, and it's an interesting, like, it feels like it's almost not giving any information, these, the way the Renbans are laid out, but that is all just sort of immediately forced that because these are all consecutive, if I just call them 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, then these two on the outside do have to be that outer pair, which is interesting, isn't it? I don't know exactly how they'd look, but they'd be in some format of that, and then the 1, 2, 3, 4s could just be any set of numbers from anything basically that are all consecutive and such. So I'm assuming that we're going to have to use the Fisto ring at some point. It would be unlikely if that wasn't the case. And there's something very interesting about 5s going on. And of course, there's the old. I won't run it through. There's the old thing that whatever digit is in the center of a diagonal grid, it can be the only digit that doesn't appear on the Fistama ring. So we know that we definitely have the digits 1 and 9 on this ring, and therefore in the corners as well. And that's interesting because I really wanted to put... Oh, I can put 5 5s on here, can't I? 4 5s even. Because, of course, they don't repeat in any of the diagonals. So we are going to have... I was thinking I could get away with not having a 5 on each of these, but you certainly do. So where the hell does... The hell does 1 go? That's confused me. One, two, yeah. These are 5 cells long, aren't they? Because you're gonna have a 5 on all of these corners. Then I haven't just confused myself entirely that you have to have every cell on a... If there's a digit that isn't in any of pink, then you can say arbitrarily it goes somewhere here, and that jumps around the grid, and therefore the question is, where is it on either of the diagonals? It does have to go. But oh my days. Thank you very much. Yeah, that, right. Thank you. Yep. I was being a bit slow there. So, we know that we definitely have a 1 and a 9 on this grid somewhere, and therefore 1 and 9 are forced somewhere into the corners as well. Therefore, you can't have a 5 in every corner. And of course, these blinking digits, you can fit some 5s on these without having to worry about the corners, can't you? So that makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much for the hints. That would have stumped quite some time, I think. So we have exactly 5. We have exactly 2 5s on the digits. Let me bring up that as well. We've got 2 5s in the corners, just so I can make some notes. Hopefully that's readable. Probably fine, isn't it? And then the other ones are made up of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, 7, 8, and 9. So can we say something about... Because obviously my next thought goes to... I want to say 4s. Given that you can have at most 3 4s on this ring. And we definitely have at least 1 is true. And these overlap cells, right? I'm wondering if they're problematic, if they're extreme. And going back to the thought at the start, the fact that within one of these sets, I know that the two outer corners are the sort of further apart ones. So if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, in fact, it would be like the case that we looked at the start, that would have to be a 1, 4 with a 2, 3. So I was wondering if we could say anything about how the diagonals worked at that point, perhaps. Here's another question, right? So the 1s and 9s on the ring, you have to have exactly one of each, don't you? The fact that the 1 only can hide in this 1, 2, 3, 4. And the ones with 5s in the corners definitely doesn't have another 1. So that's interesting. Because I wonder if 2 2s start to being a problem as well. But it shouldn't be particularly, I wouldn't have thought. The fact that if this is a 2, 3, 4, 5, yes. So I think I do. I'm like vaguely thinking about the right thing, and then I've just got to make sure that I'm actually following through with that thought enough. So exactly the same, because of these extreme digits having to be forced out there, because of the 5 in the center, wherever we have 1 with the 5s, it does in fact have to look like either 2, 3, 4, 5 or 5, 6, 7, 8. Those would be the only options. So you either have I was actually able to type. These are the possibilities, and we definitely have both of those. Exactly one of those. And you have, yeah, the others are made up of these cells. So my intuition says probably have one of each. But we actually got the proof, I suppose, didn't we? So if yeah, it's just immediately apparent, isn't it? Because you have two cells that always overlap. So if we had 2 lots of the 2, 3, 4, 5, and everything else was just like this, you have a problem with the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Renban, because you'd have something bigger than a 5 on here. Oh no, hang on a minute, am I... Because they overlap. No, I think that is fine, because you could be a 5 and a 6. Which is interesting. Because this could happily be 5 and 6 like that with a 7, 8, 9 triple. And then just because this Renban has a 6 on it, I was thinking that would force another high digit to be onto this Renban, but not immediately. So that requires a bit more thought. The other thing that I have just spotted is that our 5s will, because of how the overlaps work, the 5s sit across from each other like that. Yeah, So that could be interesting as well. Let me just get rid of some colouring. And these digits as well before they confuse me. So no matter what in this case, you'll always have at least one of these two with a 5. Because if this one doesn't, 5s are forced down there and therefore forced into here. And I was hoping it would be the same down here. Yes, yeah, it is, isn't it? That if neither of these had a 5 at this point, the problem is this row has to have 2 5s. And I'm hoping it might be the same here and there, is it? Because it's not quite the same symmetric case. Neither of these had 5. Annoyingly, that just seems to work. Then you get your 5s up there. Because I was hoping that that would sort of immediately just force our 5s to have to be diagonal to each other. I think it still has to be general thoughts about the puzzle. Not wanting to look at the givens yet. Right. Yeah. Here's something again. So, ignoring givens at the moment, I know that one of these has to be a 1, 2, 3, 4. So I can say that somewhere on this diagonal there is a 2, 3. It might be in any of the corners, but I know in one of the corners we're going to be looking like that. I want to say, therefore, that you can't get away with having 2 digits from 2, 3, 4, 5. Two sets of the digits 2, 3, 4, 5. Because where the hell does 3 go? Because it's not an extreme digit, it would be forced onto the diagonal. And then you'd be having 3 3s that would be on the diagonal, and then that just immediately breaks. So the 4 corners are made up of exactly these 4 set of cells. And the revelations have come. And these two can't be opposite each other because the 3 is central. And that's the same here, isn't it? The fact that the 7 is a central digit. So they can't be opposite each other. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like there's any interactions between these two. They seem pretty fixed. We probably have to leave those ones for the moment. Oh, sorry. So now I wonder if we can think about how these digits have to go on these rem bands. At least the 1s and 9s. Oh god, they can. They can just go here, can't they? Because again, I'm thinking that it forces them to have too many highs or lows. But that's not actually an issue, which is interesting. Let's, because this did seem quite fruitful. I just wanted to have a look briefly at how this pans out. Because again, I know that, let's get rid of that. Because these two can't be on an opposite diagonal, somewhere in the puzzle, they sit across from each other, which is really interesting in the terms of they can't sit here and here because of the shared 3s, and they can't sit there and there because of the shared 4s. But sadly, they can go here or here. But if they went up there, then of course the 5, 6, 7, 8, this bottom pair has to hide away down there, and that breaks the 7. So you were nice to us and did give us all of the digits that we need, which is very kind. So these two can be the other way around. Hey, Adamasosos. These two can be flipped, because otherwise I could start getting some digits, which would be nice. But you get 2, 3 pair, and of course these are from 1, 4, and 5, which is rather lovely. Yes, that's all true, isn't it? Clean up some of those pencil marks, and yeah, the 4 pairs with the 1. So this digit is never 4. Let's do it correctly, because otherwise it would need a 1 opposite it. Hang on, no. I've confused myself entirely, haven't I? These pencil marks are not true. Why on earth I put the 4 and the 5 there? That should have been a 3, 4 and a 2, 5. The logic does at least all hold up, but I lose my nice 2, 3 pairs that I thought I had. So it is still the same that these have to be opposite. They can't go here because of the 3. They can't go there because of the 4. And they can't. And then why on earth? Oh, yeah, my brain is doing some odd stuff. I said they can't go there, and I proceeded to put them up at the top. So that was a bit silly. So anyway, let's move them down here, and then let's actually properly pencil mark them. So these are 2s and 5s with 1s and 4s. And now these are actually real pencil marks that are fixed and whatnot. And these will be from 6, 7, and 8. These from 5, 6, 8, and 9. All right. Seems to be happy. 4 5s. I don't think the 5s are doing anything yet. Get some 3s though. And up here, get some 7s. So if this rim band has a 3, oh, and of course we get way more than that as well, because these also share 2 and 4. Ah, we get a digit. We get a pair of 5s and some nice triples. That's very exciting. That's what we like to see. So that comes from 4 and 9. Can actually be even. With a 1 and a 6 down here as well. I reckon that's going to be a 1-9 pair. But I wouldn't put money on it. This obviously now can't have a 9 because you're bringing it down too small. So the 9 would either be forced over here, or it's placed on this line already. So therefore, it will be the case that you either have a 9 in one of these two cells, because as soon as the 9 drops down there, you get way too many 6, 7s, and 8s along this row. With our 5s, yeah, no, our 5s don't tell us anything more, unfortunately, do they? In terms of how these are laid out. But here's another thought: if this is 2 or 3, this Renban here needs a 4. Obviously, it can't from this box. and there's definitely a 4 on this Renban. So it wouldn't have a 4 at all. So this, in fact, is a 4. Do we do the same thing over here? It's a bit of the other way round, given that's a 3 and these are big. So it seems less likely. One of these two being a 9. It's incredibly close to forcing something, isn't it? Surely. I mean, 9s... Yeah, 9s have to go on the diagonal in box 5. Because if this is 9, then they have to go here. But if it's not, they have to go there. But either way round, that does seem pretty happy. Plus, it seems very likely with how... if this is a 9, then that's a 6, 7, 8 stuff going on. It's not really a problem at all with how that works down there. These cells. Oh, because of course this can't be... it can still be a 1. It's got to be... It is either 1 or relatively big. And a 1 and a 2, 3, therefore. I can clear off some 4s. Just from this given. Oh, and 3s. I should have had that placed. So this is therefore a 2, 3. And this has got to be a 1, 4. And that means that that's a 4. That's a 2, 5 pair. And we can even do that. We get rid of a 5 from here. We get rid of a 8 in that cell. This is not 1 anymore. So this has got to be 1. We're back alive, Helio. I think I had all the fix that seems to be working is OBS was trying to trying to use my CPU, and my CPU was throwing a bit of a hissy fit of that fact. So I switched it over, and then we seem to be better. Thank you very much for coming back. Digits. So I thought I was on a roll, and now everything has stopped again. Yeah, because these were more forced because they had more low digits looking at them, but that seems less of the case up here with high digits, unfortunately. We've got our 1, yeah, which we knew, and along here, or 2s definitely go there. That doesn't say all that much. There it is. There's a 4 looking at the 9. So these are 5 and 8 with 6, 7. And these are therefore 7, 8 with... I want to say 6, 9? Yeah, that looks right, doesn't it? Yeah, 6 down here, which is nice. This cell... And it's got to be at least a 4. Oh, and it can't be a 2 because of that 3. And it's got to be a 4 because of the diagonal. So these are... Oh, dear Lord. I mean, one of them's a 9. A 1. I just couldn't see that at all. And then you get a 2-8 pair like that, which is nice because you get a 3, 4 and a 6, 7 going across. That gives us a few more digits. 2, 3, and 5. 5s are not here. We get a 5 there with a 1, 2. 3s are in fact immediately given column. 1, 2, 4 that we can take a 1 out of. So now, oh no, I wanted to say this didn't have a 4. We've already got a 4 on it. But it definitely does have a 3 at least, which does have to go here, and therefore this last digit's a 2 in a row, leaving us with 1, 8, and 9. We don't have another 9, so that's got to be an 8. Makes this a little 6, 7 pair. Then 8s go along like that, but then seem to come to a grinding halt. 1s, 2s, and 3s. There it is. There's a 1. Which should, I think, finish off the grid at this point. Probably 7 and 6, 8 and 7. That does all of those digits. Which probably, oh, that also helps out down here, doesn't it? Then you get a 6 and 9 with a 5, 9 like that. 1, 6, and 8. 6s. Don't quite know which way around those go. Fours up here. Does that leave anything that we can get rid of? Yeah, this cell. That's just a 9, isn't it? 9, 6, 7, 8, and 5. Up all of those 5s and 9s here. That leaves 7 and 8. 8 and 2. 2, 3, 5. Lovely. 1, 9, 1, 8. 7s, 8s. 2 and probably a 6. The 4's still not done. But the 6s sort everything else out, don't they? 1s and 9s and 1s. 3s and 4s and 4s and 9. Let's go. Nice. Very nice puzzle. Had yeah, it had lots of the fun tricks and stuff, didn't it, with how the ring works and such. So that was very nice. A good like showcase of all of them. Yeah, very good puzzle. Enjoyed that a lot. Probably not as, certainly not a 4.5 star. Well, it's the sort of thing that as long as you have seen those sort of techniques, then it's more straightforward. But yeah, my timer does not seem to be happy. Oh, there we go. Spit out what I'm trying to say. But if you haven't, then I imagine you would get stuck. So I do see in that instance. Yeah. No, it is a fair point. Like if you came along wanting a more straightforward puzzle and it was rated like a 3. But I mean I'd put it more at the 4 than the 5 sort of thing. Is the only thought there. Yeah, that was a lovely puzzle. Enjoyed that one. I think I wanted to have a look at this alphabet one, which, or maybe not, doesn't have any rules. So it's a bit of a faff to get the rules up. That's those over there. And other than that, it was like a nice, it all had good flow and whatnot. And I like the, God, I'm really struggling to work out what I'm gonna say. I like the placement of the digits and such. In that puzzle. So it all like ran nice and smooth and such, which was good. Presumably, did you try and get away with those being the digits? Those four being the givens to keep it symmetric. I suppose, yeah, you might run into some issues there. Okay. Yeah, I mean those given nines, but I assume once you give them as a digit, it starts doing interesting stuff, sort of thing. Yeah, no, far nicer to keep the Renman logic as it is, and then just shimmy over the digits. They're close enough to being all symmetric that it all works out rather nicely. Right, let's have a look at this puzzle, which is by Lex. I think it's their first. Sorry, I think I keep on turning my head, and then my mic's not picking me up very well. Yeah, exactly. Those symmetry stuff. Those symmetry stuff will work out rather well. Hello, Fammy. How are you feeling? What's your thoughts on the weekend? Is he gonna make it? Right. So yeah. So this puzzle, I had a very brief look. It looks like, sorry, man. Need to rest up for your trip next week, I suppose, as well, don't you? So yeah. So this puzzle looked reasonably straightforward in as much as most things, I think, just sum to 10 is the, or like all of our 2-digit cages will just have to sum to 10 because the maximum number of pairs is 1, and we'll have to be 1. And then 3-digit cages, because it sums to a multiple of 5, they're going to have to include a 5 and then have that additional sum to 10 as well. 4, and then 4 cells will just have to sum to 20. So it's a slightly long-winded way of describing the rules, perhaps. But I suppose it's fair enough, really, isn't it? 5's dropping down like this, and then they'll hide somewhere up there as well. 5's here give you those 5's. So it's rather nice off the bat to just have a bunch of digits. And then I suspect it's probably, so this might not have been the best place to start. It's probably a lot of colouring of cells that sum to 10. Yes, I think I might start in here instead. Is probably the best shout. But then again, so that could still be pink or yellow, unfortunately. That is live feed of the cat. Hopefully the cat is still alive as well. I need to, I didn't think to set one up. I've got the other cat sat on top of the computer at the moment. And I don't have don't have a third camera for that, unfortunately. I could swap one of them around, I suppose. Oh. Hello, everybody. This might be a bit of a party. Skojo come to say hello. Did you have? I saw that you were streaming earlier. Did you have a good stream? You're 2-timing it, Helio. Oh, nice. I think I've got a fog on Oh, did you do? Because I think I saw the thumbnail. You were doing the fog one with the Renban and Nabna stuff. Got that on the list to hopefully do at some point. Love to see. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, Asaya. Yeah. It did look like a interesting concept, I think. It looked very fun, but an interesting one. I think I'll probably take a look at it later. So coloring pairs of digits that sum to 10. So these two will have to be different because obviously they sort of lean into each other a bit. And this one will be our yellow at some point, because again it won't be green or pink with the last pink. With that pink going in there as well, which gives us a pink sorry, a pink and a green means that cell's yellow. So this will be a yellow blue box. Not actually sure which at the moment. That's either pink or green. These two, again, they're not pink because pink is vertical there and blue is vertical there. So we're left with a green, yellow. If both of those, no, not yellow. No, that just has to be green, doesn't it? Because it's not yellow from that, it's not blue from that, and it's not pink also from this. So that's nice. That's green, which pushes the greens over there. This cell isn't yellow because both yellow pairs are there, so that's a blue. Finishing off the column, we get a blue up here. So these aren't blue or green. But I think can both be pink and yellow at the moment. You've got a blue, that's a blue-yellow pair, which I'll just sort of denote like that at the moment. These two are the same. So I was just having a look at this column. But that could be the blue if the blue then sits outside there. That seems fine. But otherwise the blue jumps up here. And then these two are the same color as well. So this might not be the next place to look. This, however, comes from yellow or blue because it's neither pink nor green. And yeah, so these colors are the same, which is potentially interesting. Not sure though. That's still got a couple of options, as does this. It's kind of annoying with these little 5s on the corners because of how it can it doesn't force the same thing of greens having, or too many greens and blues in a row. Just for a little progress, I'll pop in that 4-6, which comes from up and down here. Because that's another thing that's interesting, isn't it? That that you could start thinking about highs and lows, perhaps. Because obviously this pink will be a light pink, dark pink pair, which we might want to do at some point to sort of split those ones up. And this might be interesting as well. I'll leave those pencil marks now. I was half wondering about switching over from colours to just using actual numbers and then swapping them over with this 1, 2, 3 at the end. But I'll leave it as is at the moment and come back to that as a possibility later, possibly. So one of these cells is a 5. Get rid of 5s from there, by the way. And but that could only not be green. So I don't think it does tell us as much as I want it to, unfortunately. This isn't blue, at least, as we know blues go there. In fact, this color is that does have that does actually have to be green, because in this box we got 2 blues and then 2 of yellow and pink, and then the other yellow and pink has to go down here, so both of them see that, which means that this isn't green, which I was expecting it to be. But that's really lovely. It gives us a 5 there and a 5 up here. I want to colour my 5s. I'll leave them white. That's probably fine. And it almost starts to give you some of these digits, or like the fact that pink is from 2, 3, 7, and 8 is quite nice. In fact, it's really lovely because we got a 4, 6 next to the 3, 7. Obviously, it can't be a 5. So pink is from 7 and 3. I was not expecting to get given that so early. Then perhaps along here, because this can't be green or pink anymore. So it's going to be from either yellow or blue. That dot might then come into play, perhaps. I like to go quite speedy. I'll set up a new profile with my mouse so that I can click around a bit quicker as well. Just looking up and down here, the fact that that's yellow and pink, if that potentially comes into play. And we could, of course, oh yeah, this is, if I can find the color, there it is. This is pink, because we know pink is from 7 and 3. And do we know? Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Add on. Hang on, I must be able to. Troll? No. add on 13 minutes and a bit extra as well. Yeah, I could probably set it up so that it does actually use the Sudoku bad timer, but I just stuck in a different one. But then you get the issue of forgetting how to do it, don't you? Greens in this row I've just noticed go up here. So do we know where greens are in this box? Because they certainly aren't there, or there. There's going to be one of them up here. And the other one drops in there, which is lovely because it has to be a green. Green has to pair with pink because green is sort of the extreme digit, and that gives us some yellows. The yellow and the pink. Now, still not done anything about that. This is a pink blue. That's also a pink blue. Looking along here, these two are a pair of yellows. So does that... This obviously... Oh, no, because these aren't necessarily a pair. I wanted this to be a pair. And therefore forced this to be yellow, but that's... Yeah. that's just a bunch of things that isn't true. Especially because these are green as well. But this being green is quite nice because that sorts out one way around that these things go. We get another pink there. We even get a pink up here. 3 and a 3 and a 3 and a 7. That gives us all of those. Does that look like that's going to be an 8 and 2? Probably. Oh, no, that's not 3 and 7. Yeah, so if this is pink, then pinks would be forced into that box. Is that a problem? I don't think so. Get 3, 7 pair there, and then these two are blue. That looks like that's one colour, because it sees all of pink, green and blue. So that is in fact a yellow. And we can place a 5, which is going to finish the 5s as well. These two are, whoa, a set. So these two are blue. And we get all of that. Have I done something wrong? Could have been a 5. Oh gosh, it could have been. Thank you very much. Yeah. I thought we were, yes please, Fummy, if you spot stuff. What did I want to say? Yeah, that could still be a 5. Yellow in box 1. Nice. So yellow's forced into there, isn't it? Does that sort out this row? Not quite, unfortunately. That can still be blue or pink. But that's... yeah, nuts. Oh, sorry, this takes a pink, doesn't it? We knew that. That is a pink with a green. So these aren't pink. That is a blue pair. And that gives us all of these digits. That's there for our 7. We can get those with the 3 and the 4. Now up and down here, this isn't blue anymore. So those two are blue. Along here, that's got to be a yellow. Which still doesn't tell us which one's yellow, unfortunately. But this means this is a blue blue box. So that's a 2, 2, 5, 8 with a 9 there. 9 and 1. Yellow is 1 and 9. But I don't think we know... oh dear, I'm definitely not pressing the right buttons there. How the rest of them go. How, like, this isn't quite sorted out. Probably. So that's a 7, 1, 9. This being a 2, 5, and 8, because blue is now 2 and 8, does at least give you the 5. So you certainly saved me there, didn't you? Let's colour those to make it properly. 2 blues in row 4. Thank you very much. The 1, 9 and a 2, 8. 7 in box 1. Thank you. That's the technical term, isn't it? Flinty. They sort out that. And 5s. Oh, 4s and 6s can still be either which way round, can't they? I think box 2 is mostly done, isn't it? Like, we still don't know how that works. Well, that's a good spot. 3s down there. Thank you, GDC. That places these cells, drops in those. Gives us a, not a 5. Let's try that again. That's a 6. These I should just be able to write in now. And that's 7. I will finish off the colours at the end. Places the 5, in fact, with a 4 and a 6. Let's do those. Let's do 1s and 9s, which still aren't done. How are they not done? Wait, sorry, 2 and 8. 8 and 4. There's some 1s and 9s. 2s sort these out. 9s and 1s. There we go. 9 and 1. Oh, it's a lovely puzzle. Enjoyed that one. Nice bit of mix of colouring, and then a bit of almost spit it out German whispery type stuff with like finding pairs of fives. So that was rather nice. I hadn't realised you were here, GDC, so I might, because I was going to go to what was next on the list. Go figure, but I've left. Let me move alphabet to somewhere else. Drop that one to the bottom. But while you're here, have I? No, I haven't even got yours open. Right. Where is it? Yeah, I'm really not fammy. There's because I very rarely share solve on paper, and people are very quick. Like last year, I think I had half the points that Mark did. It's the UK Puzzle Open. I don't think Simon does them, but I don't know. Might be wrong. There's your puzzle on GDC. Is it quite recent? If you do want me to solve it, and you are in chat, do you want to just drop a oh no, I think I got it. Oh, it's already released. Well, I think I'll give it a solve. It did look fun. See that, save that, save that one. Switch back over to here. Oh, dear Lord. I didn't like the and how the hell do I remove your formatting? I might just have to write them. Reg. Oh. To be fair, Skojo, it's not exactly a big crowd scene sort of thing. Relic. So that's dear Lord. This might be a question for you, Skojo. Assuming you use OBS. Like font scaling does not seem yeah, as you can clearly see. I seem to be struggling with it quite a bit, basically. It's close. Let's try somewhere in between. Is that readable? I mean, other than the stuff that I'm having to, let me just fix some more. Abner. Cool. Lovely, thank you. Yeah. That should be everything, though. I know there's mirror cells as well. Or cells. Nailed it. Should maybe just stick with the rules that are on the puzzle. No, that's absolutely fine. Yeah. Yeah, because I haven't actually seen bolded rules, and it is a very clean look in the actual Sudoku pad app, because like you can just go to the main points and whatnot. But then it didn't work so well with me dropping it into Notepad. But that's on me. Nice. So standard irregular, at least. Irregular doesn't get changed around with things. But the clues, from what I read briefly earlier, they're all paired up, aren't they? And then we have to work out which one's which, depending on certain cells. So normal killer cages and standard relic stuff. Was it? Choose a large font size and scale the text box down. Ah, okay, right. Yeah. Yeah. I'll have a look into that schedule. Thank you. Because I kind of wanted to be able to see all the rules with some of the longer stuff. That's the problem I was having. So pink lines are either Rem bands and our sauerkraut lines, I assume, are just sort of standard colours. Fair. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So then we have our 9 mirror cells. So somewhere in the grid, 9 cells will be mirrored, and they take the opposite of the values of everything switching over. So it's an interesting concept, to say the least. It certainly seems fun. Right that way. So because it's weird the fact that but you don't even know that that's a killer cage, do you? Which one looks like it's going to be easier to work out first what's going on? Perhaps this. But if these are all just standard, right, then that's a 1-2-3 triple, which is very content with its Rem ban. So perhaps it's problematic if either of these are a mirror cell. But as soon as they're a mirror cell, it actually becomes very open, because it can't contain a 6, but you are allowed to have a 1 in there. It just couldn't have both a 1 and a 5. So I don't think that one's immediately as forcing. This one certainly seems to be, I mean, there's more of the clues that we can see and things like that. This one seems to be a little better. So again, if this is, yeah, that's one sort of big Nabner as well, isn't it? The fact that has to loop around there without any branching as well. So that's the whole Nabner. If it is a Nabner. Oh god, this, yeah, so well, I was thinking about 8s, and if this could be an 8 with a, no, it's never gonna have, because if it does have a swapped over cell, a mirrored digit in it, it would have to be an 8, or what am I trying to say? It then wouldn't sum to 16. So you aren't even trying to get to it at that point, are you? If none of these are mirrored, I assume there's a mirrored digit in each one, yeah, in each row, column, and region. I wasn't sure if regions were the case as well. If this doesn't contain a mirrored digit, it does have to be a 7 and 9. Which is a bit annoying, the fact that both of those as well could be mirrored digits. Right. Just had the thought that I should probably check if the irregular Sudoku is doing something, which it certainly is as well, isn't it? So, bit of Laura leftover stuff. These, oh my god, they're the same digits? They are, aren't they? Which I hadn't even considered. And if neither of these are mirrored, forgot my timer again. Time start, maybe? There we go. If neither of these are mirrored, they're a 7-9. which immediately breaks that Renban because neither of these would be mirrored and they'd both be 7-9. So one of these digits is mirrored. I'll use blue is mirrored, pink is not mirrored. And that's exactly the same down here. One of these two is a mirrored digit. So this Nabna's actually acting as a Renban. Is there... do we know, GDC, how multiple mirrored digits work on clues? Is that something that we have to use any logic about, basically? The fact that this could be mirrored and that could be mirrored. Does it force that back to being a Nabna after it's been a Renban sort of thing? Multiple mirrors don't switch back, cool. But they are allowed, I assume. So yeah, so we know that this is a Renban. And also, but these two aren't consecutive because this is a Nabna now. This is going to be so confusing. They're not consecutive, but they're not that far apart, basically, are they? Because let's not go back. They're on a Renban that's at most 4 cells big. And they're the same digits. Oh, the other interesting thing is that then at that point, both of those digits have been mirrored, haven't they? That if, say, this was a 1 and... Oh, God, so they can be consecutive, can't they? Because one of these is flipped. This is an insane puzzle, I'd like to point out. Because one of these is flipped, isn't it? Interesting. So it takes the value of it opposite, doesn't it? Yeah. In relation to the clues and all of that. This 6 in theory could grow. As well, there's no real reason why it has to stay that small or anything. So now I'm thinking these kind of have to be reasonably far apart. One of them's mirrored here and one of them's mirrored down there. They can't mirror onto themselves. Like, you couldn't have a 2-8 pair. That would break this Nabna, and it would break this Renban as well, wouldn't it? If... I mean, this has... yes. Oh God, is this... I've been reading this the wrong way around, haven't I? That's a relic and it's now become a killer. Sorry, I completely misread that. For some reason, I was thinking the 6 gauge had to be a killer. I think everything else that I've done so far has been true. Because if... Yeah, because these... If these don't contain a mirrored, then one's Renban and the other's definitely not. Oh God. No, wait, hang on a mo. Yes. So if both of these, if neither of these were mirrored, then that would have to be a 7-9, which breaks it. So that's absolutely fine. This is now a normal killer in which digits can't repeat. So, I mean, you can't have a 5 in here at least. Because as soon as you do that, everything's too big. But I think you can actually get away with a 4. Because this could be 4 mirrored 6 and 1. 4 mirrored 9 and 1 even, sorry. You at least can't have a 6, because the 6 would have to be mirrored to a 4, and then you got 2 cells in the row. Is that the same as 7? No, 7 works with a 1-2 pair. But now we need to start thinking about the fact that this is a Nabna, that those two aren't consecutive. So the sum of their values is at least a 4. So that's either a 1 or a 2. If 1 wasn't on the Nabna that's now here, then the minimum of these two would already be 6, and you'd be up to 7 in total. So this definitely has a value of 1, whether that's a 1 or a 9. And perhaps it's a 1. No, it can't be a 1-9 pair, of course, because well, this is an Abner, isn't it? So if you don't have a 1, you definitely have a 9 here. If you do have a 1, you can't have an 8 either. 8 or 2 gone, because we know we definitely have something that has a value of 1 there. But 7 works with a 1 and then a 2. And then this would be a flipped 1 with a 7. So 7 doesn't work, because if this was 7 with a 7 would force a 1, this would have to be a 1-7 with a flipped 1. That makes this sum to 16, which is not allowed because that's now a relic cage. So we definitely do have 9s in here when we don't have 1s. They come from 3, 4, and 9. The 9 still can have a 4, I think. With a 9, 4, and then another 1. But otherwise, you'll be 9, 3. And I was wondering if this 6 cage could grow, because you could potentially have another mirrored 9. You definitely don't, because the mirrored 9 is now used up. I wanted to pencil mark 2s up here, but that's not the case, sadly. Oh, of course, these are a normal 9. Normal 9 with, big digits, but could be mirrored small digits. This Nabna. Is there... So if that's 9 and 4, it's actually 1 and 4, which is okay. The one below it. Or if you're 9 and 3, then you're just forced to be 2. So thinking about this, if this is 9 and mirrored 4, then these two have a value of 7 and 8, which could be mirrored but doesn't necessarily have to be. Let's do a bit more pink colouring, by the way. So that might come into play. Oh, it does. Look at this little region. It's a shame that isn't just immediately forced. That would be nice. Is there any other nice? Not quite. I still need to do on my list of things to solve is to go back to... I can't even remember who it was now. Someone did an irregular guest puzzle series, didn't they? To try and get people to, and I did start it, but then ran into other things. But it's still on the list to solve, which just keeps on getting longer. Normal 9, flip 3 and 4. That doesn't matter at all in terms of 3 maps to 7. You fool. That's a 4-9, isn't it? But I could actually write down which way around they go, then things would be far nicer, wouldn't they? Hey, yeah, hello. So this is the 4 and 9, which is actually a let's just put that as a 6 and 9 in this box. So these are 7 and 8 or 2 and 3 if they were mirrored. This is now a Renban. Actually, I don't really like those 6s. But we do get a digit, which is lovely. It's what we like to see. And now this comes from 5, 6, 7, and 8, which is really good because it stops any of these being a 7, 8 pair. So one of those is mirrored, and we get even more digits. That becomes our 4 and 9. Pinkify some of those. This can't be an 8 or a 2. Oh, flip. Yeah, it can. I was hoping that's immediately a killer cage. Is this the big break, is it? Flinty. I can take it away from you guys, I'm afraid. If it starts becoming too much. Touch of a button. I know I had to immediately lose all the viewership, so I know what sells. And then obviously our 9 somewhere here are going to be blue and flipped. Oh, this. No, we don't. But we've got a 2 and a 3 that's flipped, which is interesting. Do not the cat exactly. Right. This 7's got to be interesting, hasn't it? Because, I mean, if this is a 2 and it's flipped, it's already become an 8, and that's a because this is currently, as it stands, is a relic. If it's a 3, again, it's flipped to a 7 and it's growing, so that's not allowed. So this is a normal 7, 8. That's a blue 2, 3. Oh, I can bluify them, pinkify them, can't I? It's been staring at me for a while. So this is... You can get away. Yeah. Because the cage could just grow to something. Wait. No, because if it's flipped now... Yeah, if it's flipped, it's a killer, isn't it? So it has to be an 8. If it's 7, then we know we're not a relic, so it has to be flipped. So it has to be yeah. That is just 8. We get even more digits because this is now a 3. Yeah, that's cleared fog, hasn't it? And yeah, it might have been flipped. Let's pop in those digits as well. If this isn't flipped, do you run into a problem? But we knew from the Nabna, that's now a Renban, that it wasn't flipped. I think Flinty. Yeah, I was just wondering if this 7 can't be a relic anymore. Because if it is, you're kind of restricted of what you can put in here. There's one per row column, etc. Or were you just making a point? Oh, of course it does. Yeah, what am I on about, Flinty? Thank you. I'm going to struggle to make a 7 killer cage that grows to something like that sort of size, aren't I? Alright, yeah. So we are definitely relic. And so we definitely don't have a 7 in anywhere here. And the point I think I was trying to make, or I was sort of having the half thought of, do you struggle to not make things add up to 7 at this point? Because you could have of 1, 2, and 3, and 4, 5, and 6, you can only have one of each of those digits. You can't have a 7, and you've got to have a 9. So that is 4 digits, isn't it? And the other interesting thing is, you can't have 1 and 2. No, that's okay. Or if you do have 1 and 2, you've got to have a 3. So you have one of each of the sets, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, and you definitely have a 9. And we got where the 9 is. That's nice. I like that. There was an old like kids short horror story. Well, I mean, it's used in so much, isn't it, Relic? But that's where I remember it from. By who the hell was it by? Oh, it was by Anthony Horwitz. Is that what he's called? I think. Anyway, so we have one of each of 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6 in here, which might come into play. This guy, he is a killer because he's flipped already. And I can't even put in those because things are flipped, aren't they? This isn't 1, by the way, from the column to a bit of Sudoku. It's not a flipped 1 at least. And you can't flip a huge digit. So I'm going to cheese it a little bit, I'm afraid. Whoa. If these are the flip digits, these are what they map out to. And this is what is used to make them add up to 14. So you're not this system because you've already flipped a 4 and a 3. Have you just beaten me to it, Flinty? Yeah, because you don't use that, do you? And this system doesn't work, does it? Because a 5. Yeah, no, yeah, because the 5 needs a 9 as well. So you do have to be a flip 2 with an 8. I think is the case. But flip 5 needs a 9. No, there's already a 9 in the region. Oh, what on earth am I doing? I tried to write it all out and then... Yeah, that's a 2-6 pair, isn't it? Yeah, thank you. I wrote it all out nice and neat and then completely ignored what I wrote. Oh god, so wait, hang on a minute. There are more options at work, aren't there? Yeah. So it could be a flipped. Oh no, but the point is it can't be a flipped 1 because of this. So you are a flip 2 and a 6. Because this got too small. That became like a 4 or whatever. 3, 4, 6. If you had a flipped 6, then you can't make 14. But yeah, that is definitely the only option, isn't it? So we can at least do some of this. Yeah. Bit hard to see with the colouring and such. 6s go on up like that. 2s are down here. And we could pencil mark what these are, perhaps. Yeah, because that gives us a 4, 7, and 9, doesn't it? With 1, 5, 6. Now this is interesting. Probably. 2 plus 5. Oh, yeah. Nice. So this is a 3. And those digits come from them, don't they? It's interesting, I suppose, at least, that no matter what these lines are, if they're Rembands or Nabners, they never have repeated digits, which could be useful. This is 2. Exactly. We're starting to colour the grid, even though I sometimes then struggle with fog a bit. So I was just half wondering about it. Not deleting that just to check where lines could go and such. I'll leave it in for the moment. Right. This guy. Can he really escape? Because clues never share cells with other lines. So I will just get rid of the pinks briefly. This little fella, he's not getting anywhere out of the fog. Red and white. Oh, what, like that, do you mean? I haven't quite understood blackjack, unfortunately. So he's definitely a Nabner, which is really nice because that can't even be an 8. That has to be a 5, which gives us the 5 and 4 like that. That's now a normal Renban. Gives us a 6, 7 with these digits up here. 4, 9, thank you very much. So that's now blue and that's pink. One of these is still right. Yeah. One of these could still be a mirrored potentially. So I have to leave that as is for the moment and see how it goes. Hey, Lura. I'm butchering your name, sorry. Valero, probably. I'm gonna hazard this up. Down here, there's one of these that's mirrored yet. All right. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't read the end of your sentence. Let's pop in these pencil marks and just have a look at if that's interesting at all. The other thing that's slightly pushing my luck a little bit on those pencil marks, really, aren't I? So if this was mirrored, do we run into a problem with that being a Nabner? you'd have one each of 1, 2, 4, 5, and 8, 9. I don't think there's anything. Oh, wrong with that. So how the hell is this ever Renban? That's surely not going to work, is it? Because the 1, 2, and the 8, 9 mirror to each other. You'd need something acting as a 3 or a 7, which none of these do. So this is, in fact, blue. And this is, in fact, Nabna. 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, 9. And this we can get rid of some possibilities. Oh, it's not 8 either, is it? Or a 2, because we know the 2 in here is special. Mirrored. So one of these has to be a 5, because otherwise that's a 1-2 pair, and that breaks this little Nabna down there. So we can place the 5s and the 6s. 5s now are in this region, are not here. So 4s definitely are. We can even place that. There's a little 2x wing going on. And this is there's a virtual one. Oh, or more simply, there's just an 8 and 9 that have to go here. And even we get what they are, don't we? If I do the simple stuff, it all makes a bit more sense. Just makes things a bit easier, doesn't it? Oh, this looks like a fun cage. That's a good one to reveal near the end. I like that. Right, what are we looking at next? Sort of making sure I've got all the clues so far. Oh, this is just a 7, isn't it? Bit more of that. Get rid of 3. 3's in the column. Not quite yet, unfortunately. Yeah, so he's certainly going to need a mirror digit at some point. Where we find that, I don't know. We shall see. The mirror digit in this column is definitely in this region, so we can pinkify that. Which made me want to blue that one, but that sort of pattern still works, doesn't it, unfortunately? Sorry, like this could still be blue. But pinks are somewhere here. Yeah, so that could be blue and then something like this sort of thing. Yeah, is 159. Yeah, because you're never gonna sum to anything that gets near it, are you, with repeat? So it's presumably is A, nothing repeats, and B, it's got to contain a mirrored cell. It's probably the 2 bits of logic that we get out of it. I'm missing a bit of basic Sudoku. It might be things like some irregular stuff, perhaps. Just looking at where some cells are forced. Column 9. I reckon mirror can't be up here. So how come that would... Well, I suppose it can never be there or there, can it? Because then it does flow around the grid like that, and then you get too many in 5 and 6. Oh, is that exact? Yeah, sorry. In 4 and 5. But I think it can get away with being in 6. No. Nice. Yeah. That's a very good spot. So these go down here. Oh, also because of that. Oh, dear. I need a break. A couple of hours. That's not too bad. And then we're starting to run out of mirrored digits. Let's just have a think about what's left. We've used 9, 4, and 3. used a 2 and 1 of 1 and 5. So we're going to have to find a mirrored 8 somewhere, aren't we? But that probably has a few possibilities still. Just having a look at this 1 and 2. The fact that at least one of them goes up there, but that can't be that interesting, surely. Any more leftover stuff? Start picking up some very big regions on this right-hand side, I think. Yeah, that can. Yeah, that can be either, can't it? Not something obvious like that, I don't think. I mean, this cell 4, 6, 8, 9, 5 starting to see quite a lot of digits, but not really. Threes drop down there. This region. 8, column 8. So if that was mirrored. Oh, row 8, column 8. That's L, you mean? Sorry. Now this set here. And then that one. Oops. Yellows. Ignore the fact that we just saw where 9s go. Yellow is green, isn't it? So get rid of anything with yellow and green. So these are the same digit. Row 2, column 8. Right, yeah. Could it not? Is it forced down there? But I mean, it's a useful set, isn't it? Okay, use with my 9 pencil marks. 9s. Oh, right. 9s overall. That's not a 9 either, because it sees both of those. Maybe 9s are more restricted. Because 9s have to go up here in this box, and they certainly don't go there. Because they can't go in green. So they go... Oh, if we could rule them out of down here, that would be nice. Nines now in this row. They have to go there, don't they? Because they're not here. Well, apparently that wasn't correct. What have I done wrong? Oh, bloody hell, there's a 9 up there, isn't there? Well, whoops. What was true? I think this is still true, isn't it? Yeah. That was a bit silly. Yeah. So 9s. I think 9s are still quite open. Just wondering about 2s as well, because of course we've got this little 2 X-wing that pushes them out of those cells. Why have I got a 3 looking at a 3? Ah, but there's still a couple of options for 3. And as you say, like the 159. Surely it isn't doing anything yet, is it? You know it grows, but other than that, it doesn't seem to really do all that much. Ones are almost trusting along here. Just trying to see cells that we've got quite a few of. Like fives were doing something fun, maybe. I suspect so. That 159 kg, yeah. 3, 4, 5, 8, 9. Hello. I'm just going to butcher this. Nalo. 4 in the row 9 column. Oh, in this region. Nice. Lovely. Thank you very much. No, we've already got one. I've got confused about which region. Row 9, column 4 down here. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? There we go. Excellent spot. Thank you very, very much. So then 9s drop down there. How are our 9s looking? Still got. Oh, you got 3 9s to place, don't you? Yeah, yeah. So that's all the 9s, and I think they still can go over there. Yeah. Just get rid of the pink and then we can see where that goes a bit easier. I'll get rid of those for now as well. See you later, Helen. Pause. Pause drop down somewhere there, don't they? In this region, they've got to go here. That doesn't particularly put pressure on this region, I don't think. Are we meant to spot that Renban here? They're in row 9 after it's a 4. Right. Yes, because we know. Cool. Let's bring back the pink color in. Don't want to undo stuff because we've done various bits since then. Anything else I can pink? That one. So that's pink and that's pink. So one of those 3 are blue, aren't they? And blues go somewhere here, which means none of these are blue. That's not blue. And These are the cells that are left that have to go into blue. Oh, yes. Thank you. Yeah, book one. So then that gives you that 9, doesn't it? Oops. Takes out those cells. One of these 3 is blue, so that's not blue. This cell comes from 5, 6, 7, or 8. Any of them. So this cage is just trying to work out if... Yes, yeah. So where does this cage get its mirrored digit? It can't be any of these. It can't be any of those. It can't be any of those. It has to be that fogged. I keep on typing 3s instead of putting blues. It has to be the fogged digit that this 159 goes into. Because the rest of them are all not under fog anymore. So that's very nice. 1, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 8. And now I will get rid of pink. Because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The 2, 6 is sorted. Lovely. Thank you. Oh, don't. Oh, wait. The other one we're doing. So that's not a 6. It's not 1 from the region. Ones aren't there either. These are still quite open, I think, aren't they? In terms of what they can all be. Is it interesting? I was wondering if you could start to think about how... I know it's only digits that can't repeat, isn't it? Values can. Eights down here. Does that look into this region? Not particularly. And eights have a few options in this region as well, unfortunately. Not a trivial end, is it? Thought once we'd placed these, it would sort of run off a bit more. That's not 1 from ones being forced into that region. Ones now only have a couple of options. And weirdly, this cell sees both of them. So you can get rid of ones from there that sees it, because we know the cage has to go into it. Three is looking down here at all? I don't think so. Yeah, my four and 9s are still yet to be sorted out over there, unfortunately. Oh no. Ones can go here, can't they? I have to work on my regular scanning. 5 6s. Just trying to see if any of the cells that these all share, that starts to do anything interesting. Row 3, the far right. Or I can't quite tell what you mean there, Flinty. Oh yes, yeah. Nice. But ones can still go there, can't they? Yes, because the cage goes in here. That's nice. So we do get a 1 over there, don't we? Well, that is a tricky spot. That is very nice. Right. Does that one do much? Hopefully. It feels like you worked hard for it. 2s in there. 2s in this region. Yes, we get a 2. We get a digit. Oh, no, 2s can hide up there. No, but they don't. Well, they do. But 5s are placed from this region now. I had 5 pencils. Ah, cool. Yep. 2s now in this region. I'm going to pencil mark this because we know it's in the cage, which could be useful. This cell can't be 8. Because of 8s in this region, they either go in the blue marked cell or down there. 2s in this column. Very nice, thank you. So I must be down to little X-wing, which has to go here, doesn't it? Oh, and we get some things. Oh, lovely. So that's not 8 anymore. You get a 5-7 pair. The 1 for an 8. Thank you. What did I do wrong? Like that. Does that look better? That looks a bit happier, doesn't it? Nice. Lovely. This can't be, this is now a Nabna, so that can't be 7, or else it would be acting as a 5. Clean up a bit of those. Put back our 1 for 8. 5's never here. Row 6, column 3. Row 3, column 6. No, because of the region. That's how we got rid of 2 from there. This is Nabna, so it looks like that. The little 6-7 going on. This isn't going to be doing all that much at the moment, I don't think. We can clean up those. They're all given. That's a 1-4 with a 7, 3, and 5. Get a 1-4-9. Get a 1-3-6. Not do those. Oh, we'd just be able to write those ones in. Up and down here, there's a 6. Lovely bit of Sudoku. 7 and the 6s are now sorted out. clean up those, drop out an 8. 5 and 8. There's a 1 there. 1s are here now. That's not a 4. Is that pencil mark real? Felt real. But I can't work out where I got it from. Is that just the rest of my 4s? Yeah, 4s in this region have to go here, don't they? That is fine. Yes. Yeah. I'm not going completely mad, I don't think. Yes, please, Lulero. Up for solving anything. 1 and 5. 1 and 5 like that. You know, whoa, they're not all 3s. 1 over here. That's a 3, 8, 3. 7s and 6s. Get an 8 there, a 6 and a 7. Under the hour mark. Very, very nice. Good puzzle. Yeah, that's a really cool concept. Yeah, it was close. I'm impressed that you made that puzzle work, and it's not like overly clued either, and it's got some clever logic throughout. So that was very cool, very nice. That is, yeah, I hadn't even noticed that. I like that as a title. That is cute. Very good puzzle. Lovely. Yeah, so I'll either carry on with the list of puzzles that I was going to do, or if you have one that you want solving, Lilaro. I think I turned back on links in chat, so you can just drop them in, and it shouldn't ban you. But if it does, then I'll unban you again, and I'll make sure to turn that setting onto the right thing. I think I've solved Lucky Break. Let me have a look. I've just read your message book one. Lucky Break. Yes, I'm sure I solved this. With the ones summing 7 and 13 and such. Maybe I didn't solve version 2, but I think I did. Yeah. What was the puzzle that you had, Helio? I need a way to have the cat cam come off on this screen, because he's looking rather adorable at the moment. I can at least just swap back to that one. So apparently I started this one. This is about as far as we got. But a nice bit of colouring is always a good way to get a puzzle going. And I did want to come back to it. So now seems like a good time. Oh, is that the yeah, it's the genetics puzzle, isn't it, Helio? I think I remember seeing that one. Right. Let's reset the timer. And let's have a look at this little chap. So the immediate thoughts I had, it's like normal German whispers, but again, mirrored stuff. So we should be able to, I'm like in the mirrored logical zone at the moment. So should be able to keep that going, sort of thing. So that's nice. So you can high-low color all of this. We don't unfortunately know what's high and low because the one could be flipped. That helps with the fact that because we've got 5 of one type in row 2, we know that. So I've said that yellow cells are non-flipped. Because unfortunately, we might have to be doing a bit of multiple coloring of highs and lows, and also mirrored and non-mirrored, which was partly the reason why I think I left this puzzle, because I got to this point and I was like, this is going to get quite confusing. And perhaps I shouldn't have the highs and lows, the pinks and the blues. But it does work out quite nicely. Yeah, just a tad. Yeah. And you are, yeah. So I think that's got to be the break-in. And here's something I yeah, the other thing that partly the other reason why I stepped away from this puzzle, I was like, oh, this is really nice. All these can't be like an extreme digit in terms of a 4 and a 6. Oh, it has to go here. But I think annoyingly they can, because you could be like a 6 next to a 1 and a mirrored 9. Yeah, that might actually be the easier way, won't it? It's a good shout. So stuff like this works, which throws out so much of the like German whisper stuff I got in my head. Oops. It's cruel, Flinty. It's very cruel. So, I mean, there is a ton of pressure on digits like that. That either you are in that sort of format. I'd love to be able to say what this 1 is, and then I feel like I could get some pencil marks going. And I think I did have a fair look at where 5s were placed. I think that was the only 5 that you just got off the bat. And the rest of them were quite open. And those were the only rows and columns that I spotted with the whole 5 thing going on. I didn't think any of the boxes had that sort of logic. Oh, tell a lie. Box 2 seems interesting. So row 2, column 6 has to be 5. Nice. That is a very good spot. Yeah. And yeah, so we know it's not flipped at least, don't we? Yes, because now these 2 have to be blue because you've got to have at least 3 Oh no, does that does that break your puzzle? Because that does a whole lot of work, doesn't it? Because you need 3 blues and then you get some of this stuff as well, don't you? In fact, those are all pink, aren't they? Cool. I don't know why I made this one circle. Is the light grey showing up on the pink colour? Right, by the way. I don't know how much my stream compresses it. Might need to be the darker grey, does it? Ah, cool. Nice. So, yeah, so we know that in box 5... Right, I'll switch to dark because it's not like a major thing at all. So you have to click it 3 times, don't you? Ah. 1, 2, 3. We did it. Excellent. Worth it. So that's certainly done a lot more work, which is nice. And we're going to mirror every single digit once, which might be interesting already. Oh, we got 5 blues down here. Oh, and mirrors in 5 blues in here, so these aren't mirrored at all. And one of those 2 is mirrored at the bottom. So in fact, this is interesting. As long as I've done this right, which I think it's okay, is pink is mirrored here. So therefore you've used all of the... That's a mirrored blue digit. So the rest of these aren't blue. They're either pink, or in fact that one's pink is sort of the point. Because if that's blue, or the easy way to see it is every row, column and box has 5 of one color, which has to contain the mirror digit, and 3 of the other, which doesn't. Yeah, I think that's true. So in fact, in blue, we know that the blue has to be the mirror digit. The blue has to be a mirrored digit. So none of those are mirrored, and one of these 2 are. That's very true. Yes. Thank you, Flinty, for pointing that out. But I think that, yeah, this is still true because we know the pink is mirrored. And yeah, neither of these can be a mirrored pink because, yes, because it would still come from 5 at that point. So that's all true. Nice. So then we can carry on with colours up and down there, which probably won't be that useful immediately. But these 2 are both pink because we've got a mirrored pink here, which acts... It's sort of like it acts as a blue, is the sort of way I've got my head thinking about it, I think. Yeah, so here we've got a mirrored blue somewhere in that section. Or a mirrored 5? Yeah, no, a mirrored 5 works. Row 8, column 5. Thank you. Could it not be 5? Oh, can it not be blue? Nice. Yes. Yeah. That's good. That's green. These are therefore pink. These are mirrored. That one's definitely not. Yeah, that's true. That's some excellent progress. I wonder if we want to start thinking about what's mirrored in certain places as well. Because, yeah, you said Helio, you get 4 mirrors of each polarity. And got a mirrored pink here, a mirrored pink there. Or it might be more interesting to think about rows and columns, perhaps. I've lost the cat. Row 2, column 3. Yes, that's very true. That's never an extreme digit, is it? And neither's that nor that. That's interesting. How are we going to pencil mark that? And row 2, column 1. Could this not be? I think. Can you not have this situation where this is the mirrored digit? I think that's okay. I think all we know is the pink 4-6 goes there. Yeah. That would be nice if that did have to be 4 and 6. But can't we do the same, the question of are you saying I'm not allowed to resort to putting in the number and then clicking the tick mark to see what happens? Is that not correct solving? So I was wondering about the 4 and 6 in this column, because we said it can't go here, and it can't go there either, can it? That's also blue. And that one, but that matters less. It's not a 2-6 if it's adjacent. Yes, yeah. So this one can be a 4 and 6. Both of those. That one can't be actually, can it? But that one can be. So this is interesting. Surely. Because oh, no, because it needs a 1-9 pair on either side of it, is what a 4 or a 6 needs. And we've already got a 1 in the box. Yeah. What's kind of tempting is to treat this as a 1 or a 9 and then change these to either highs or lows, which I might do, but not yet. Here's something though. Whenever you have, I'm just thinking about like real pinks and real blues, that sort of thing. Because these three are all real, as are those, I suppose, as well. But that's just the point that a color with an X in it is a real color, and not a So I don't think that is actually saying anything, unfortunately. Yeah, hold off for one mo. Is this a published puzzle? No, not yet. Exactly. Excellent. I get to milk my cat some more content again. Again, extremum, I think might be useful to point out that cell isn't extreme. And that one isn't either. So I wonder if extreme blue is interesting. Okay, yeah. Here's something as well. Ah, yes, yeah. Where's the... So if blue is small, where's 4 in this box? It can't be either of those. Because although it could be the flipped 4, then you'd have to have a pair of 1s here, which isn't allowed. So the blue extreme digit goes here in this box. Natural or mirrored. Yeah. So it could go in here with a 1-9 there. Oh, this is so weird. But I think the point I was trying to make was neither of these are a 4 or 6. Oh, he's gone again. Rip. F and cat. That's close to the right typo. Because the now the pink 4-6 in this column. Sorry, I'll come back to your point in the Mohelio about row 1. The pink 4-6 in this column can't go here. Oh, it can. Oh, no, it can't because of this one. Let's clean up some punt marks. It can't go there. That's also from 1, 2, 3, etc. So it does go here or here, and it can't go here because of the pink 4-6. So this is definitely a pink 4-6. Because pink 4-6 we know goes here or here. So then the question is, where is it in the box? And it's got to be in one of these 3 because they're down here, and it can't go here because that 1. So that makes this a mirrored digit, and in fact gets us loads of mirrored digits, or some at least. And this is now a 1-9 pair. We can get rid of 9s from up here. That's no longer a 3 or a 7. because it can't be too extreme. The blue 4/6 now has to go there. This is a pink 3/7. Yes, because that's like a pink blue 1/9 sort of thing. This is gonna get a bit weird. So these can't be 3/7 or 2/8. Oh god, they can, because they can be blue, which is rather annoying. Row 1. What's 3/7? Is in. Hello. Thank you. I think it's. Do you mean in box 2, or do you mean somewhere else? Sorry. Row 1, column 4, not a 7. Oh yes, yeah, true. And then the other thing I was just wondering about is blue 4/6 is in here. Didn't we say they're pretty forced? I think. Or can they hide away down there? I think they can hide there, can't they? I've realised I marked this cell, and I shouldn't have done, because this could still be the mirrored digit. There's 2 blue 4/6s there aren't there? Nice, very good spot. So, yeah, so that's always got to be flanked by extreme digits. So that's a 9 and 1, and therefore 9s are big. That's lovely. Start doing way more stuff now. That's a 9/6/1. Let's get rid of some of those. Get rid of some of those. This is a 7. These are big, because that's a normal. This is again. I was like, we got our heads a bit more round. That's a 4, isn't it? How that's sort. Oh no, that's fine. Mirrored digits work, but then you have to keep on thinking about it. So this can't be a mirrored one, can it? That is a mirrored. No, hang on. What have I done? I've gone wrong somewhere, haven't I? No, that is fine, I think. Yeah. Sorry, I was again getting confused about what's pink and what's blue. I think at this point I might get rid of the pink and blues. They've probably served their purpose now. Just because what I want to do is mark these cells as mirrored, and then color everything else, and then get rid of my thingamajiggy marks. That just makes it a lot easier to see. So this is a 6, isn't it? Because it's acting as a 4. And similarly, this is a 4. No. Yes, this is a 4 acting as a 4. Yeah. Right, sorry. I got myself completely confused and then I lost track of chat. 9 in box 2. Yes, so that is a 9. That would have been useful if I hadn't got rid of all my X's, wouldn't it? That would have been silly. Let's go and do that. Nice. Oh, so this is a mirrored 9, isn't it? Yeah. This is a mirrored 6 and a normal. And you were saying, Flinty, that so is that that's your intended break-in sort of thing with the 4 and 6s that the big one spotted? With the 4 and 6s in this row, which we didn't look at for ages, and would have made sense to, because it is so forcing having such a long German whisper, isn't it? Yeah. Nice. Very cool. So, this one is just throwing me off so much. That has to be a 2, doesn't it? Next to here, leaving 6 and 8. This is a 1. Here we got a 3, 4, 5. That's certainly not a 5. That's these are all normal digits, so that could be a normal 8, 9, which is nice. And we know that these are small. Yeah, because small. Yeah, these are all small. So that comes from 1, 2, 3, 4, and we said that no, that could be a 4. Okay, yeah. 4, column 8. Overall, yeah, that's L. Oh, thank you. I think I saw that earlier and then ignored it because I was like, oh, it doesn't actually do any pressure on this cell with the 3, 4. But it is what it is. 8, column 6. Oh, because the 9's already mirrored, isn't it? Oh no, wait, what are you saying? That that can't be a 4. Oh, because the 1's already mirrored. Yes. Yeah. These are a normal 9 and then a mirrored 2, 3, aren't they? Yeah. 6, 7, 8. There. This is a normal big cell. Right. Yeah. Yes, that's cool, actually, isn't it? That once you've placed those two, the 4s and 6s suddenly become that much more restricted. These are a normal big digit, as are those, so you get a 7, 8 pair here. Any other normals that we can find? And perhaps it's interesting to say that this cell can't be a mirrored 6, and it feels like it can't be. No, I mean there's 7 here, aren't there? So that's just a normal cell, and means one of these two are mirrored and these two are big. Pick up 7. This can't be a 6. Gross 7, 8 pair clips up 3 in box 6. Ah, yeah. Row 5, column 6. Being row 5, column 6. For this cell. Is this the cell you mean? Row 4, column 7? Because that can't be mirrored. If it's mirrored, it has to be a... No, that's... It has to be mirrored, doesn't it? Because otherwise it's a 6. Yeah. So this is blue. And that comes from 1, 2, 3, and 4. Surely can't be a 4, no. Else this would be a 1. Pencil mark those cells in. These, we could do that, but probably doesn't do much immediately. This one sees that 3, doesn't it? Because of stuff. Very true, that can't be a 4, thank you. And yes, yeah, from up there, isn't it? Probably want to... So, yeah, these have to be a mirrored 2 now. Because that mirrored 3. One and the 2 in here is the mirrored digit, isn't it? So again, we've used 1, 2, and 3. We've used 9 and we've used 6. Is the digits that we've mirrored so far. So the mirrored no, that's a mirrored big digit in here, isn't it? It's going to be like a 7. So it has to be a 7, doesn't it? The mirrored high, because it's a high digit that's mirrored to a low. That has to be a 7 with the last 3, 4. Seven, which maps to 3, but that can still be an 8. That works. We've used 7 as a mirror now. Just got to place a 4, 5, and 8. In fact, the 5s have to go in there because it's not 4 or 5, so we've got a mirrored 5 in this box. These cells, 4, 5, and 6, that gives us a 5 there. We can clear out our 1s and fix those. 6 can't whisper. Thank you. Oh, in box 9 even, you were saying? Ah, yes. Yeah. 8, 9 per. Does all that. It's a bit annoying that we're left with both a high and a low in terms of the mirror. Because they can go here. But they don't have to. So a bit more Sudoku perhaps. We can fill in these. Which might do something. 5, 9, and 6. No. 2, 5, 9. Oh, 5's replaced. So pink and blue that. 7, 8 can't whisper 4. Lovely. But that can still be a 4, can't it? Fortunately. And it's interesting here you get a 4 and a 9 going across the row, which might do something potentially. That can still be a 3 because this 2 is acting as a... Sorry, yeah, the 2 is acting as an 8. But that also can't be 4. I think, is that what you meant? Yeah, sorry. 4 and 3. Those. 5 somewhere here. And 2s and 9s are sorted. Any very restricted cells? Not particularly, I don't think. That the 3 and 7 are both acting as a 3, so that has to be 8 and 7 that way around. If this is a 4, then both of those are 9, so this is the 4 and 9 that way. Go find that pink, that one. Clean up our 2s. I was kind of hoping that would be the blue, because then we'd get that there. Force into here. Just about, even with the stream delay. That's not 9, which is sort of interesting. Maybe. Oh, it can't be a 7 because we're only left with a 4 and an 8 that can be mirrored still. So this is either 2 or 8, and similarly that can't be 7. Also, because it sees a 7, would be the easier way to do that, maybe. Where's the Sudoku? And then what's mirrored in here? It has to be a 4 because we need a mirrored 4 and an 8. Nice, yeah. So there you go there. So that's therefore 7. 3, 7, 7. Do a bit of that as well. 5s and 6s, neither of those are 8s. Don't quite know where 8s are. Oh, but we know that this is a... that one's blue, isn't it? Whoops. Blue, blue, pink. So that's not 8. That's a normal 1, 2, 3. 6, 8, 9, triple in the row. Too much, but we do know how it looks actually, don't we? Because you've got the 8 up here that's mirrored. And finally, 2, 5, 8. That can't be 3 anymore. That gives us a 3 here. There's the end bit of logic. That's from 4 and 9. Well, there's a couple of options. The 1, 2. Ah, yeah, I think that was the 3, wasn't it? Sevens are placed. That must be what finishes off, I think. 2, 1, and 4. Yeah, 4 and 2. 2 and 8. Finish the colouring. I think I'll keep the pink. I like the pink. 9 and 3. 8 and 6. 8. And 5 and 1. Lovely. 3 hours on the clock. I'm claiming it as the 36 minute time from today. Ignore that ignore the rest of it. Very cool puzzle. I'm enjoying these mirror ones. They've got some rather interesting logic because it's good to take like the basis of the German whisper stuff and then you can just throw it into a bit of a loop and draw some pretty crazy stuff, can't you? And good, nice flow and everything. Enjoyed that a lot. Good puzzle. Very nice indeed. That is premonition, that is. I should I just need to stick with my gut. Stick with what I've got in there. I think I'll do one more puzzle. Then I need to go make myself a bit of a late dinner. But I kind of fancied... Oh, you did, didn't you, Helio? Let's end on that one. That would be nice. Thank you. Am I blind? I can't find it in the chat anymore. There we go. Oh yes, 4-star should be doable for a for like the last half hour or so. Let's pop you into here. That over and bring that over. Hopefully that'll be. Oh, we have to change the text size again. Six. Nope. Big old rules. Try 30. You guys read that? All right, like that. Try and make it a bit bigger. That. I don't. Ah, bloody hell. There we go.
At least you start with normal Sudoku. So that's always good. So the second line is a bit of a curveball after that. Oh, I can pin stuff, can't I? Pin. Yeah, you can grab pin the link in chat, and then you can grab that to grab the rules. Might be easier to read. So this Viking thing, right? Islands and the sea. Both such that they. So the sea is orthogonally connected, and no 2x2s. And the sea can touch diagonal, and the islands are all just sort of scattered about in the grid, aren't they? And this chap starts off as C. Oh dear lord. A digit X in the cage points to a second digit Y. Oh, I think I have seen this rule before. So this could be like a 1 and a 4. Or a 2 and then a 3 further away from it. So it's a relatively straightforward rule. And they're both C. So can we just immediately see all the cages? Is my interpretation of that? Yeah. Yeah. In terms of the domino cages stuff. And X, which is the digit in the cage, also counts how many C cells it can see. Oh, right. So it's along a line sort of thing is what's going on there. Then genetics. Each digit has 2 properties. Shaded and unshaded. Prime and composite. How did you come up with these rules? Oh dear lord. Yeah, you're gonna have some controversial things with lumping your ones in with your primes. When did you make that decision? And then it's normal genetic stuff that they inherit at least one trait, their parents. And then you brought them all together, one big old puzzle. And then this last bit's just an example, isn't it? Well, this should be relatively straightforward. Maybe. Yeah, only X's are the ones that are counting. Like this given 5 isn't counting what it's doing, is it? I don't think. Yeah. Yeah. So it's at least a 5, and it's certainly not a 7 or a 9 or an 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. That's 5 or 6, which is coming across to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. So in fact, that has to be a 5 and a 9 to start us off. Well, that seems like a very good mashup of puzzles, to be fair, Helio. I like that. We know that that's also C. This is from 1 and, well, 1 or 3. And it can't be 1 because it's already seeing 3 cells. So then you get islands looking like this. And 1s can't go there, can go there. So 1s are here or here. Because both of these parents are yes, R, C, then this one has to be C underneath it. This is at least a 3, but it's not a 3, and it's certainly not a 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not an 8 either. Relatively small. These are from one each of the 2 different sets of primes plus 1 or not primes. So this could be basically any digit. We just know it. We just know that it's C. But we do know that this has to be C because it's got to have a parent that's C. This has got to come from 4, 6, and 8 to inherit something from this side. C's got to be connected, doesn't it? So this could never be. Oh, does it count itself? I assumed it counts itself, but including itself. Yeah. So that can't be a 1. It's got to grow at some point. This little cage has got to be at least 4. And then so it grows somewhat, but not necessarily much, particularly there. 5 and 9 is done. Is this cell interesting? Again, it can't be 9, it can't be 8. We're too close to an edge. And this is in the prime sector thing, but that could still be a 7 to get it from there, actually. 9 or 8. Oh, sorry. No, timer. I should probably set this up so I don't have to remember to click it. Timer, I just forget about. Not doing all that well. I think I need to change how that works. Use the CTC one. It's probably easier. Right. He'll need a parent that's because as soon as that's land, one of these has to be land at least. Oh, what else do we know? Sorry, we know that these are these tell you how many cells they see, and does that tell us anything? This one can't see that many because this one sees at most 4, so this is certainly not a 7. If this is 5, I think one of these 2 has to be a 4, don't they? Because if this is 5, it's going to be touched. Ah, no, it could do that. Damn it. With a 5 and a 3. It was close, but not quite. So, I mean, this is slightly interesting if this comes this way. Because it means that this one can't connect and would have to look, you'd be looking something like that. But that's probably fine. Oh, no, that doesn't even have to be shaded. I like heliopolix. There's probably a parent-child interaction somewhere I'm just not seeing, I suspect. Perhaps here? No, because that's just getting the fact that it's C. If this is one's being isolated. Did I say something that I've now just ignored? But because it's not, it's only the cells in cages that do the whole act as X thing, isn't it? I reckon by the end of the puzzle I'll probably understand the rules or be able to remember them. 5, 9, and 3. Oh, bloody hell, there's 3. Yes, thank you. You get a 1 in here, don't you? And in fact, that has to be a blue one. So that's blue, that's blue. Because the 3 had to see a 1. And oh, my brain is really going slow. 1s and 9s, they come from different groups. That's a bit annoying. So we don't know what groups they come from. Could be a 3 and a 9 there. This can't be that big though. This 5 now, right? Oh, but this doesn't have to be that big. And it's interesting that if any of these are green, then they have to have a parent that's green, which would have to come through here or something, wouldn't it? It would be the only way that these could be green. But they could all... Oh, there's 2x2s, isn't there? I knew there would be a rule that I forget. You can't have 2x2 stuff going on. So that's green. Oh, is that the only one? But does it... Oh. Like both of those can't be blue? Yeah, this has got to be interesting, shortly. Both of those can't be blue. That's... It feels like it's something. Blue and green. If that's green, then that's also green. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. So this can't be green. That's at least something, because this guy has to escape. Can you do the same? Yeah. Can do the same thing here. If that's green, and then that doesn't work, so that's blue. That's green. Don't have to worry about checkerboard, and that's fine. Green could be green or blue. And we know that this has got to inherit the 4-6-9-ness, 4-6-8-9-ness from that one. So he comes down. If that's 2, I was just saying that would have to be a 4. That's probably okay. Jumping around the grid so much, which probably doesn't help. Oh, nice. Feature for Skojo. Oh, I think I remember that one. It's a nice puzzle. Yeah, we need more of those heliopolix. Nice. Easier. No. That's a thing against this one. You know. Nice to have a quick solve. Alright, what can we do? Yeah. Stand on people. This has got to be doing something, surely, isn't it? Hopefully. If that's a... Can we rule out that being a 2? Drops a 3 in here. It's not doing much, is it? And this annoyingly can be a 4. That sells 8. And it fixes a lot of these cells, but that doesn't particularly matter. If this is 5, maybe I can rule that out now. Because if it is 5, it's got to take that cell. Then this is green, but seems quite open. This being 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 5, 6. That works. I think I might be needing a hint where to look. I'm a little lost. Remote sums. So it points to a digit and they sum to the cage. Both of them are C. And it counts how many it sees from that cell, including itself. Right. So 2. And then I kind of want to rule out some options. But a lot of the ones I'm looking at seem happy. This is green. And they're all blue. Index is both a C and counts cave. Yeah. What if that's blue? That would be useful if it's not, would it? Makes both of those green. Makes that green. That's always green, but that's not a huge thing. Because if that's blue, then both of those can't be blue because you get a 2x2. But they also can't be green because then... No, ignore me entirely, that's fine. Can the cage clue ever end? Oh! Thank you. Yeah, I was totally ignoring that. Right. That makes sense. So, I'm not sure whether that's going to help me though. Like if this is, oh, if this is 4 that breaks. Right. So if that's 4, then it would mean it doesn't work with that because that's green, and it doesn't work with that because that's not a 8. Right. So we get a blue here, we get a green there. This isn't 2 anymore. It's a 3 or a 4. And yeah, we know that that's 5 could go to 7 down here. Probably. This being 5 is different to that. So this has got to come from 4, 6, 8, and 9. It picks up that one over there. 4. If this is 4... He certainly did. This being 4 breaks because it would put a 1 there or there. So this is a 3. With greens there, that's therefore blue. We're not 2x2 and we need to inherit a blue. Blue's got to escape. I think they're okay coming either way. If let's make sure I actually finish these. So there's a 2 either there or there, and it's not here, is it? So this is a 2 blue. These are therefore green and green is a 2x2. So that can be either colour. I should mark off the ones that I've done. That would probably be useful. That'd be 7. Yeah, it can hide its way over there. This has got to inherit 1, 2, 3, 5, 7-ness from this way. And I suppose that's the same for a lot of these, that one of them's inheriting a type of number and the other one's inheriting the other thing, isn't it? Threes are done. Oh yeah, I can green these, can't I? Green and green. So this blue has got to come out down here. Certainly not a 4. There's a green cell, so that's also green. Or else the blue's trapped. It's green and that's green. Is that a problem? Makes those green. Oh, that seems okay. But we know that this is grabbing its type of digit from there, so we can get rid of that. This is green from here. So these two, so that's therefore blue. That's therefore blue. And this is this type of digit. Some blues. Able to do anything else with these? It's slightly interesting that this one always comes down now, so it doesn't go across. It's certainly not 4 either. That's the easier thing to see, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, that's like a 6, 7 pair somewhere in that column, isn't it? If this is 4, does that become problematic? Not particularly, I wouldn't have said. I mean, it can't. Can it be 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's absolutely fine, isn't it? Well, that would be all of the 5s now. Yeah, that's not a problem. This has got to inherit that type of digit. Do we know anything about this one? It could still be a 7. Oh no, yeah, no, it could. I was hoping it would only have one option, but sadly it's got a couple. 5's dropped somewhere there. This 5, have I placed a 7 for it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. This has got to be at 7. 2, 3, 5. And what does that say? Oh, not a whole lot, I don't think. That's one of each colour. Those are the blues and the greens next to it. Let's put in those and yeah, that's vaguely tidied up. And I don't think, I can get around out here. I was thinking that couldn't be 2. But it certainly can be. No, it can't, because if oh yeah, it can. If it's 2, then the 8 would go here and be blue, which seems fine. This being a 4, that could still be a blue 9. I mean, if it is a 4, right, then these cells are green. And what's that saying, if anything? 5 has to grow, but it has a couple of options. Seven. 7's there, but 6 is down here. This could inherit it, but it doesn't have to. This being a 2. And that seems okay. This has got to grow here, because it's at least a 6. And he can't grow too much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, he can't be an 8, can he? And then looking across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If he's blue, then it'll blue quite a lot of cells. Sorry, if he's I'm not saying the right things, am I? If he's 6, then you can blue a fair number of cells. If that's 4, you have to go out to here with a 6. That's okay. Oh, that's actually not okay. You can rule out 4 because of this virtual 6, 7 pair. Because 7s in this column go there, and 6s go here and here. Can that be a 6? 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that works with a 5 there. This has not got to grow, not necessarily. It's interesting if it does. Sort of. Oh man, I tried to start the timer. The timer did not start. Add on half an hour to this one. Hmm. Definitely left my charts behind for this trip. And oh god, it will, won't it? He's only a kitten as well. What about this cell? Can I do anything with you? These 2 and all those are green. Or if it's 8 even. The 5 can take all of those if it really wanted. It can't, but... Mm. Two and blue. All of those. Oh no, so two. Wait. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, this puzzle's breaking my mind. Let's pop what those can be. Perhaps that helps us out. Can't be an 8. Certainly can't be a 7 either. Can't be a 2. Yeah, no, it can't be a 2. Comes from 4, 5, or 6. In fact, are they... Oh, 6 works. In fact, the 6 is quite nice because it just does it, doesn't it? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 and 4. That place an 8 anywhere difficult? I don't think so. Hmm. Can I ask for another hint? My brain is slowing down, Helio, I'm afraid. Something next that I can spot, just to get me back on track again. Maybe some 4s. Just a fair to it. Too many cells and rules to... That is an 8. Well, that is a 6 even. What's wrong with it being 2? With then the blue 8 there. And then the blue escapes like that. Column 6. You count yourself. So like, whoops. Those 2 would be its 2. Oh, I suppose he can't be 4, can he? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 5 works with the 4 there. Here. Would be 2 cells. I think that setup works, unfortunately. Unless I'm going mad. Yeah, with this 3 up there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no, wait, no, I just can't count. Sorry. Thank you very much. 5 and 4. Gets rid of 4 from here. This has got to C5. That's not a 4. You can't index to an island, though. Oh, no. Sorry, I didn't see you sent the message and then thought it was a question about how it worked. 7. 7 still work with 5s there. It's not 5 anymore. This little 11 cage. 5s. Can't be 7s. 8 doesn't work with 3. 6 is okay with a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's actually count it this time with a 5 up there. 2s and 8s. Oh, can't be 6. 2, 3. Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nice. Thank you. Greenify all of that. That's got to be green. It's got to be blue escaping out there. That can't be green because this is 5 only, so that's blue. That was a nice little flurry. Anything more? Twos. Yeah, that's okay. 3s and 8s. 6s and 5s, they're all right. This guy, yeah, he's now a 3, but it has to have a 9 there. Nine's not. Yeah. And now this sees 3. Does that do something? Or 5, column 9. Or 5, column 9. Thank you. 6. That's not a 6. One, 2, 3. Oh, I'm losing it. It's certainly gone. That's 7. Thank you very much. 7 somewhere here or there. They look like they can go in either spot. Five's there. Does this always come down? 2, 3, 5, 6. Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6. Can't be a 6 anymore. It'd still be a 7 with a 6. Looks like it. Or a 4 and a 9. 9's there. This 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's already indexing something, so that doesn't matter. What if that cell's blue? Doesn't that just break? Oh no, because that cell could go. Green's like this. So that all works. It's not blue. Both of those are green. If this is 6, right? Both of those would be blue. Let's just make that green for 2 by 2. Both of those are blue. What's that saying? And also with it being 6, this is therefore 7. Oh, this is just going off on the chain though, isn't it, really? If I'm honest with myself. 6 and 7s and 4s. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that with the 3. Ah, right, yeah. It's 6, 7. That's 7, that's 1. Is that anything? Plus there's 1's here. 6 is there. Isn't this always blue? Because either that's 6 and that's 7 and it's blue, or that's 7 and that's 6 and that's always blue. So that's therefore green. So if this is 2, but I don't think I've got that many digits that are even doing inheriting of numbers at the moment, fortunately. I'll probably do that nearer the end, maybe. This is 2. That's green, that breaks, so that's a blue. It's because if that's green, you get a 2 by 2 down here. What if that's blue? That seem unlikely? If that's blue, then 1, 2. Oh, no, it can escape. Ah. Oh, no. Oh, wait, no. Sorry, 6, column 2. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yep. It's green. Blues can still come across it. If it did take that, then it's got to take that. Nice. That can't be 4 anymore. So that's 7. That's blue. A 4. Nope. With a 6. Therefore, that's 6 and 7. And 7's down here. This sees 7 cells, so that's got to be blue. That's green. Green for the 2 by 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Green for the 2 by 2. This needs a green that it's inheriting from, so that cell's green. This is green because it's seeing 3 blues. That was a big one, that one. Very much for that. 4, 8 pair leaves 1 and 9. This is only seeing 2 cells, so that's got to be green. That's green, then these are green. Yeah, and then you've cut off. So if that's green... Oh, no, this could be blue. This is not blue, necessarily. 11 cage. Oh, down here. Nice. 3 with a blue 3. Blue 8. I'm not on about. 8's are there. 2, 9. That's a naked single. That's in fact a 9. Oh, twos, fives, and eights. It has been a rather tricky one, I think. There's been a lot of places to look and the such. This isn't a 1 because it's inheriting that. This comes from 4, 6, 8, and 9. 6. 4 and 6. 1, 2, 8, 9. Twos. Yeah, that is true, isn't it, Bookworm? Right. So one in box 6. Not sure if I see that. Oh, have I done something wrong? No, I think that's okay with that going to there. Oh, could it have gone over here? Did I ignore that possibility? I think I did, didn't I, when I made that 2, 8. Oh, with the seeing blues, yeah. But this doesn't actually have to be blue. This could be blue. 8, annoyingly. I've just lost a whole bunch of stuff. But yes, thank you. That is green, isn't it? So we can at least do that. And that's therefore blue. And that is green. So that is green to 8. 4 and 8. Clean that up. I still place 2s. I can still place 2s. It's quite nice when you go wrong with puzzles like these and then a fair chunk of it is the same sort of stuff. 1, 2, 4, 6. 1, 6s. 4, 2s. Yeah, a lot of the same singles and things, isn't it? 3 and 5. This has got to be blue to inherit. How are we doing for connectivity? That's got to be blue to be connected. That looks like all our inheritance. I'm a bit unsure how this is going to resolve. And this. Oh, this. Yeah, that makes sense how this resolves. No, couldn't that be? Oh, no. Ignore me. I'm sure it sorts itself out. 1, 4, 8, and 9. There. Could be any. You know, these two are the same type. And they're not from 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 because of the column. So 4, 6, 8, or 9. Therefore, 3s. Threes have a couple of options. But this isn't 1. And therefore, this is also from 4, 6, 8, and 9. So 3s do go here. But all of the 3s? Not quite, unfortunately. This inherits from that. So that's 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. It's almost a quad. Not quite. This is inheriting from the green. This is inheriting from the blue. From that green. Yeah, let me check my connections. So that's done. Actually, if I just yeah, I'll cross off the children that are acceptable. That's fine. That's fine. This one's fine. That one's not necessarily done actually. That one's fine. That one's fine. These that come from 2 and 7. So this has got to be a 1. That might start doing some stuff, does it? 9's up there. 9's here. So that's child is fine. That child is fine. That child's fine. That child is fine. This 2, 5, 1, 4. Yep, that's 2 and 5s. That's got to be 1. Well, that's okay. That's got to be okay. There's 6, column 6. So I'm afraid I don't follow that at all. Why that would be the case. That's a quad though. Is it because can this not be a 7 or something? Oh, this is where you do that, isn't it? That's a 6, so that's got to be green. Which is the end of the shading. If you know that's a 7, it would be rather lovely. But I can't see it, I'm afraid. In fact, I think it is not a 7, probably. Unless I've overgone. No, that's fine. Um, 4, 6, and 8. This isn't 6, 4, 8 pair with a 9. 2s and 5s are done. There's a 6, 1 and 7. Twos here are placed. 4, 6s and 8s maybe. Six anymore with a 3, 4 pair. One in box 6. Thank you. Row 1. It's not inheriting any high lowness. It's to do with prime stuff. Thank you. It is a 3, 6 pair. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. These two are in the same group. Oh, so that's probably going to be a 6 and have to be green therefore. Hopefully. You know, 1s and 2s. 2s up and down here. No, they could still go in a couple of places. But you have a 2 X-wing there, so that's a 2. 7, 2, 2. 3s and 7s. No, you don't. Oh, what have I done? Because there's 2s here. So 2s in this row are here, aren't they? Is that okay? Yeah, that's okay. 4, 6, and 8. 6 is not there, so there's a 6. 6s and 4s. Apparently that was a 5. Yeah, it's a 5. 4s, 8, 4s, 4s, and 8s. Just gonna switch to this camera. This is what I have to deal with. Little monkey. Sorry, this little guy doesn't particularly understand personal space while I solve puzzles. 6, 3, 6, 6 and 4, 3, 5, 8, 3 and 9. Nope. 9 and 3. My brain is broke. But the puzzle is done. I think I'm gonna go have a long lie down now. That was good fun. Oh, I haven't done my colouring, haven't I? So this isn't green, or else the 7 doesn't get anything from it. And this cell? Sorry, it isn't green. I clicked the wrong thing. How about the 8 though? The cat is alive. Ah, nice. Good. You had me worried. That's true. They just go to the birthplace. There is a live camera feed. Lovely. Well, that was very good. After the stream completely dying, and thank you very much for Helio for coming back and not giving up on it. I'm not touching, or I'm certainly not touching Satan. Well, I might touch a Satan puzzle on a stream. I don't know. Right, I will head off. I probably won't. I'm hoping to stream quite regularly. I'm afraid I won't for the next few days because I'm off up to the UK Sudoku comp, which will be good fun. We'll see how that goes over the weekend, but possibly on Monday, and I'll see how it goes. Hopefully, becoming a good. Thank you very much, Flinty. But yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out, and I hope you enjoyed the stream as such. And I'm pleased that the cat's made a presence, because I know that's the main feature, really, isn't it? Thank you for everybody's puzzles. That was rather lovely. See you all again sometime, hopefully. See you later.